Equip students with analytical frameworks that are both rigorous and adaptable to new media contexts. Foster collaboration among scholars from diverse backgrounds so that fresh perspectives, methodologies emerge. Use paper to be disciplined, dialogue, and conversation as an opportunity to transform curiosity into method and method into meaningful routine. I extend my sincere thanks to the organizing committee headed by Dr. and Director ALC ELT Center. They esteemed the members of the Department of English, visiting scholars, students whose dedication has made this academic gathering
and Dr. L. Shubha, the organizing secretary for this two-day international seminar. Dear members of the Faculty of English Department and the faculty present here, and participants from different colleges, and dear students, good morning to all of you. Good morning to you. Good, thank you. Only when I say second time, my students listen. Good. 21st century approaches to interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary discourse analysis in literary studies. The topic seems to be very lengthy theme. In the same way, it also involves various other topics. The scope also is very broad. You take any subject, the literature of the subject is very important. It puts you under a right platform to know what has happened and what are the studies that have been done in that particular area and what is the gap there. And therefore, today's seminar topic is very apt, I would say, and it would be of great help to all of you to learn what is this literary studies in interdisciplinary subjects. I take this opportunity on behalf of the management to welcome all of you, especially the distinguished on the days, and it is an honor to have, as Father Correspondent said, Professor Rajshekhar Garu amidst us as he this inaugural session. And any seminar without the participants from the scholars from abroad doesn't give it a status of international conference. The presence of Professor Kuparam and Professor Lakshmikant Rao makes it an international conference. First, when we were planning, actually did not have this idea of having a conference. We were just wanted to a national conference, inviting the few speakers and the scholars. But when we sent the invitations, there was a huge response. And therefore, again, we re-looked at it and thought and came to a decision, why can't we make it an international conference? And today, we see the reality of it. Congratulations, Dr. B. Raju sir, for taking this initiative, and for all the department members for taking this initiative to organize this two-day international seminar. I wish you all the best, and on behalf of the management, I welcome all of you. May God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for your kind words of welcome. Friends, the organizing secretary of this two-day international seminar is none other than Dr. L. Shubha. She is the dynamic dean of our student affairs. Now, I will throw some light on the theme of the seminar.
Distinguished chief guest, illustrious guest of honor, reverend fathers, respected delegates, eminent scholars, esteemed colleagues, and dear students, a very warm good morning to you all. It's with immense pleasure and a deep sense of academic commitment, I welcome you to this two-day international seminar on interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary discourse analysis in literary studies. I consider it both an honor and privilege to stand before such a distinguished gathering witnessing an approaches invite us to cross the boundaries of individual disciplines and engage with literature through the lenses of sociology, psychology, history, linguistics, philosophy, and even emerging fields such as digital humanities. Such approaches enrich our understanding by situating literary text within broader culture, social, and political context. At the same time, multidisciplinary approaches encourage the coexistence perspectives. They allow scholars from different academic backgrounds to bring their unique insights into conversation, thereby creating a more holistic and layered interpretation of literary discourse. In this way, literary discourse becomes a dynamic space where ideas from this way, literary discourse and various disciplines interact, challenge each other, ultimately contribute to deeper and more meaningful understanding of human experience. I'm happy to share this seminar has received an encouraging academic response. We have received 15 abstracts and 20 full research papers from scholars and academicians representing different research backgrounds. This enthusiastic participation clearly reflects the relevance of the theme and the growing interest in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches in contemporary literary studies. Something happened. Scholars and academicians from different institutions. This enthusiastic participation clearly reflects the relevance of the theme and the growing interest in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches in contemporary literary studies. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all the scholars and academicians who have contributed their valuable research papers to this seminar. It's your scholarly engagement and intellectual curiosity that give life and meaning to academic gathering like this. We warmly welcome you, all of you, once again, and look forward for your insightful presentation, constructive discussions, and meaningful exchange of ideas over the next 2 days. I'm confident that this seminar will provide a vibrant platform for dialogue, collaboration, and sharing of knowledge in a truly professional and enriching manner. Once again, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you and wish this seminar a grand success. Thank you.
Yes. In the Department of English, Andhra Loyola College, whether it is to be or not to be, it's always Dr. B. Dr. B. Raju. Now I call upon him to introduce the chief guest, Dr. B. Raju, the head of the Department of English.
And finally, I'm ABC. Reverend Father Dr. A. Rex Angelo, the correspondent. Reverend Father Dr. S. Milkier, our beloved principal. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Rajasekhar Patteti, former Vice Chancellor, and an illustrious alumni of Andhra Loyola College. Professor Dr. G. Kupuram from Central Africa. Dr. G. Sampath, Gummadi Consultancy. My senior colleagues from the department, dear research scholars, and my dear students, very good morning to you all. Very good morning. Dr. Nagamadri Madam has come back. Okay. I take it as a privilege to introduce a renowned personality whom you have been watching over the stage to you. I know Sir will not allow me to speak about himself. I'm not introducing, but I am telling a few things that everybody should know, right? How many of you know that Professor Rajasekhar Patteti Garu was the old student of Andhra Loyola College? Yes. He studied at St. Xavier's Hostel. Xavier's Hostel, intermediate, HEC. Can you imagine a student studying in HEC group, becoming a Vice Chancellor and a recipient of several national and international prizes? It's a wonder. It's a wonder. Dr. Srinivas Reddy just left us. When I applied for UGC faculty development program, I requested him to introduce myself to Professor Rajasekhar Garu. That time he was just a member in the department. I met him and without second thought, he has given his consent to take me as his research scholar. And then after joining, I went to department, and 1 week we don't have any discussions on my research. Then I asked, sir, what topic can I take up? Then he said, you take Aboriginal Australians. I have been telling Australian Aboriginals and he has been telling Aboriginal Australians. I didn't understand the difference and immediately asked him, sir, what is the difference? This is what your research is all about. This is what his analytical skills and the discourse. Professor Rajasekhar Patteti is not a person or an individual, he is an institution, he is a brand. He is a brand. I invited him half a dozen times to our college. With humble, with honesty and sincerity, he accepted our invitation and came. Of all the visits he had visited to Andhra Loyola College, I remember one particular visitation to the campus. Reverend Father, late Father Peter Raj was taking care of Alka school. And the in charge of the Alka school from Rotary Club was conducting a festive day on Independence Day, August 15th. It's a small program that was, see, I'm not giving information or presenting Professor Rajasekhar sir. As I promised you, just I'm telling a few things about him. He was a vice chancellor, very hectic, as Father correspondent Reverend Father Rex told. He is the first man to enter the campus and the last man to leave the campus. Even in that hectic schedule, administrative positions, he used to take a class. And then he never left any one of his research scholars to their own fate. Right? Then that time I asked him, I requested him, sir, will you pay a visit to Alka school? How many of you, dear students, staying here, do you know we have a Alka school in the campus? Have you ever visited them? Sir visited them, blessed them, and I told a small word to children. One day you should come up this level. Sir also started his career from your level. Telugulo cheppanu vallaki. That was his magnanimous. And other visitations I am not taking care. I am not telling about or emphasizing or re-emphasizing. And then one particular occasion, he visited our campus was at the time of an international seminar, the role of language, literature and criticism. While giving his keynote address at that time, he told one word: whatever the communication we hold with others, the language we use, the communication that we proceed to others. Even myself and Praveen sir, the other day, a week ago, when we went to his office, he began a conversation. You know, that time he told, any language we use, the language should address human issues, problems, and their remedies. Language is not to attack for somebody. Language is not to use for our own personal selfish ends. Language is for a social responsibility. That's what we learn. Assessing the people from people who are coming from downtrodden, and he received that one with great honor and pride. And not only that, after receiving the prize, he invited all the scholars and then shared the joy with them. That was academic spirit. Sir, I'm not telling anything about you, sir. I'm just sharing. And then he received 4 best research awards from Canada, Australia, UK, and then States of America and other. And his administrative positions are enormous. As a registrar, as a HOD, and as a vice chancellor, is as a father correspondent mentioned, right? Acharya Nagarjuna University was like a deserted place with a lot of vegetation, not a beautiful vegetation and abundant land. But you know, he raised the university to the level of what we call Central University. And then one point I would like to mention and leave. He guided 54 PhDs, 66 MPhils, and put up 35 years of research experience. See, I thought you would clap, and I would like to ask you a question. Did you clap for the number? 54 PhDs? No, I did not clap for the number. But the ideas you put through those research thesis to the society. See, we usually just claim number of papers we contributed or the number of the books written. But we will certainly fail in our duty if you do not share what content or idea that we instilled through that PhD or the book that we produced. Every time, even when we went to his room last week, he was talking about yoga. There are a book, Understanding Christ Through a famous man in his autobiography of yoga. I didn't remember the full name. He discussed 25 minutes on that particular subject. And then more than this, is a man of great dignity and humanity. Humanity cannot be shown through our lip worshipping words and all. It should be shown through our deeds. I remember once when I was a scholar, early in the morning, 9:30 around, he called me to come to Mother Teresa's Orphanage Center at Bandar Road, Sister Cities. I think it will be run by Little Sisters of the Power. I went there, and that day happened to be who are mentally deteriorated or mentally not fit. Some people are sneezing, and some boys are limping, unable to get up, unable to walk, unable to move. He hold them, he lift them, he embrace them. Okay, and then talk to their sisters, what kind of food you are giving. They will not be given a regular food. A specialized cooked food is to be arranged. In all occasions, whether it is the birthday of his father, late Pateti Jagannath Rao Garu, or his mother, or his better wife, or his children, he used to visit the orphanage center, spends a day or half a day with them, and shows his humanity and teaches humanity to us. This is the brief introduction. I have several things, regular things to be mentioned. I don't want to mention. He published more than 48 research papers in national and international papers and books. And more than that, there was a sea change from our scholars after coming out through his hands with the degree of PhD. We all learned how to publish a paper. We all learn how to publish a book. We all learn how to interact with others. He will never leave anybody to correct. I was corrected by 3 times. Sir did not speak to me 3 months. He did not allow me to come to office also. But one day I was at bench circle. I was waiting for somebody. He himself came, tapped on my shoulder, and took me to a cup of coffee. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. I will be only because of Professor Rajasekhar. And then 21st century approaches to interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary discourse. Analysis in literary studies was the title primarily suggested by my senior colleague, Sri N. Rangababu sir. Rangababu sir, please stand up for a while. Sri N. Rangababu. When Rangababu sir asked me who is the chief guest, I said Professor Rajasekhar Pateti garu. Then he told we need to meet his standards. Even this message is not reachable to this standard of this level of students we are recording, it will be circulated. That is the main motto in us, right? And then we had a lot of discussions with Praveen sir and other members of the department, understand how people are in 21st century, what are the approaches towards this century, and what is interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, what is the discourse for multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary levels are concerned, how to analyze, what is analysis, and then what are the literary studies that we hold. This is all possible because of N. Rangababu sir and my back pillar, Sri D. Praveen sir. With these words, I conclude, and my special thanks to the guest of honor, Dr. G. Sampath Garu and Professor Dr. G. Kurupam Garu, who took all the troubles to come from South Africa, and he just traveled from Chennai to here last night, and he was there with us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Since my HOD himself spoke a few words in Telugu, I also would like to say a few words in Telugu. సార్ మాట్లాడుతూ ఉంటే మీరు గమనించారో లేదో, రాజశేఖర్ గారు నవ్వుతూనే ఉన్నారు, అంటే స్మైలింగ్ ఫేస్తోనే ఉన్నారు. ముఖ్యంగా ఎప్పుడైతే రాజుగారి మాటలు ఒక పొగడ్తగా వినపడ్డాయో ఆయన వెంటనే నవ్వుతున్నారు. కారణం ఏంటంటే పొగడ్త అనేది నచ్చదు సార్కి అసలు. అందుకనే రాజుగారు లేరేమో అనుకొని డాక్టర్ మంజుషా గారిని ముందుగా చెప్పకుండానే పిలిచేద్దాం అనుకున్నాను, వారి గురించి మాట్లాడండి అని. ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ప్రొఫెసర్ గారిని గురించి మాట్లాడడానికి ఎవరు వచ్చినా కానీ ఆ మాటలు తప్పవు, ఎందుకంటే అవన్నీ వాస్తవాలు. అవేమో సార్కి పొగట్టలాగా వినపడుతుంటాయి. సార్కి ఏంటంటే లాంగ్వేజ్ కెన్ బి యూజ్డ్ ఫర్ ఎనీ పర్పస్ బట్ నాట్ ఫర్ ప్రైజ్ అన్నట్టుగా ఉంటారు సార్. సార్ ప్లీజ్ కమ్ సార్, ప్లీజ్ అడ్రస్ అస్.
Biographical details. So I'm really honored, and it's my privilege to be part of this seminar as to the management of this great college, Andhra Loyola College, which has shaped the future of lakhs and lakhs of youngsters. At the outset, I profusely thank and submit my gratitude to Father Dr. Rex Angelo, the correspondent of this college, for accepting the proposal of Dr. Razu to invite me as the chief guest. It is my privilege, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I also submit my gratitude with humility to Reverend Dr. S. Melcoyer, the principal of Andhra Loyola College. Of course, my gratitude is for Dr. B. Razu, HOD of the Department of English, and Praveen, and also Shubha, of the Department of English, for having me here. And my gratitude is also for my scholar, young entrepreneur, Mr. Sampath, Dr. Sampath, who runs Gomadi Educational Institutions, and who takes the utmost responsibility in sending as many youngsters as possible for abroad for their higher studies. And I take this opportunity to welcome the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. G. Kupuram from Turkana University, Central Africa, for being here. As it is already mentioned by Father Rex Angelo, that his presence has made this seminar an international seminar. So I welcome everybody. I welcome all my scholars and the dignified teachers of English working in and around the affiliated colleges of Nagarjuna University and also Krishna University. and especially Dr. Kanyakumari, Dr. Manjusha, and Dr. Balshevri, and Dr. Sudarshan, and all the people who are here, my scholars who are here, and especially the one who is working in Lakhireddy Balreddy Engineering College. I'm confused whether I will pronounce it as Loyola Reddy College. So luckily, I could, remember the name Lakhireddy and Balreddy Engineering College. So and to all the youngsters who are here, so I sincerely feel that these kinds of seminars have lost their relevance for the teachers of English and also for the scholars of the English, for the scholars who are working for their PhDs in the Department of English of any university in Andhra Pradesh. So because most of the teachers working at college level have got their promotions, and most of the youngsters who are trying to complete their PhDs have completed their PhDs. Earlier, these two people used to throng to the seminars. They used to attend the seminars in good number with a lot of enthusiasm and anxiety to learn something. But right now, their presence is almost dismal. I don't find their presence, so I request Dr. Rajgaru not to invite me as the chief guest because his intention of inviting me as a chief guest, of course, he has respect and love for me. We are friends and classmates right from our intermediate days. Dr. Raju and me are, classmates here during 83 and 85. I used to live in Xavier Hostel, and Dr. Raju used to live in New Hostel, Goginini Hostel. But we never spoke to each other. We never spoke. But later, when I joined in Nagarjuna University as associate professor, after working in University of Kerala for 6 years, and he approached me for doing his research. That's how we became good friends. In fact, Dr. Raju is very, very instrumental in taking forward the ideology in which we believe while promoting research in literature. I think he is the strongest pillar in making the other scholars to understand the ideas of literature, which is proffered by us very sincerely with utmost humility. Now, coming to the topic of the international seminar, I do feel that this is a very, very relevant topic because it makes us to go beyond all the forms of literary criticism. I think most of the youngsters should know with the emergence of AI, even literature is being completely invaded. If the students who are interested in following the news related to Hollywood films, Bollywood films, Hollywood films, etc., you will not forget one man coming out with lots of interviews about the influence of AI on film industry, and that is none other than RGV, Ram Gopal Verma. And this Ram Gopal Verma says that the intrusion of AI is like a tsunami, and no department, no industry can withstand this tsunami. It is going to be washed out. Be it Hollywood, or be it Bollywood, or be it any director, or be it any maker of creativity, he has to bow his head before the intrusion of AI, artificial intelligence. So now I just want you to concentrate on the influence of AI on literature. Let's not talk about all these forms of literary criticism like modernism or postmodernism, postcolonialism, new historicism or cultural materialism or any other isms of 21st century, but let us only confine ourselves to protect ourselves and to save our creativity from the intrusion, from the impending danger of the invasion of artificial intelligence. I think that is the topical relevance today. I think if we can concentrate on this, it is better it is better, on our part that we will be saving our positions, at least as teachers of English. So let's not be worried about the emergence of new literary forms and genres, and let us worry about the blending or the blend of genres. No more we live in the world of poetry, we live in the world of hyper poetry. We live in the world of mobile phone textula and speculative fiction. Nothing like historical fiction or adventurous fiction or sci-fi fiction. No novels of Hardly Chase or Robert Ludlum or Michael Crichton or Sidney Sheldon or all these or Frederick Forsyth. All these novels, they are not going to stand and make a permanent remark vis-a-vis the impending danger of artificial intelligence. We are living in the world of from pen to processor. We are living in the world of intersection of artificial intelligence and literary innovation. We are living in the world of digital storytelling. Anybody can become a good storyteller. All these times we are believing that Rajamouli is the greatest storyteller ever lived on this earth. And Rajamouli's school of directors are considered to be very serious directors. Even Rajamouli's existence has become so obscure, so insecure, because most of the creative directors in Hollywood, they are so insecure, fearing the intrusion of artificial intelligence. So it is the world of digital storytelling. And in this world of digital storytelling, what exactly is the future of literature? Where do the writers stand? Where do the poets stand? Where do the short story writers stand? What exactly is their future? Because anybody can compose a novel with the help of AI. You just give a topic and then go to ChatGPT and just you say that I want this kind of characterization. I want a character like Baka in Mulkraj Anand's Untouchable, or I want a character like Stephen Dedalus in James Joyce Ulysses, or I want so-and-so character from Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things. So this AI will give you, it will etch you that characterization better than the human imagination, better than the writers who think that they're the best creators of stereotypical characterizations. So literature is on the threshold of powerful and profound transformation, because everybody will have to agree that there is an intricate relationship between AI and the evolving landscape of literature. So critical challenges are posed by AI about authorship, who actually is the author of the novel. This is going to be a big debate, and the very existence and identity of the authors is going to be in obscurity, because nobody can claim that I am the true writer of this novel or I am the original writer of this novel, because everybody is taking assistance. In today's world, assistance of AI in composing novels. So the very fundamental structure of the narratology, or the science or art of narrating the stories, is rapidly changing. The fundamental rules of writing a story, the fundamental rules of composing a script, they are rapidly being changed. So it is in association with AI, we can craft poetry, we can weave intricate stories, and we can author the novels. So it is like understanding the blend of technology and creativity as a groundbreaking landscape. This AI compels us to reconsider the ideas of authorship, as I told you right now, the idea of originality. So there is a wonderful book written by Catherine Hale, How We Became Post-Human. I think this was considered to be the fundamental book that brought in the discussion about the intrusion and influence of AI. How we became post-human. How we became post-human virtual bodies in cybernetics, literature, and informatics. This was published in the year 1999. So she claims, Catherine Hales claims, this is the end of certain conception of the human. How we perceive humans, how we conceive the human beings is going to an end at the earliest. And people are talking about autonomy of the human beings, which is at stake, and the endangerment of humanism, which is at stake, because it is post-humanism assisted by AI and other information technologies. So I just want you to take into consideration all these things, because in the world of AI, how can we represent the issue of racial discrimination? In the world of AI, how can we represent the issue of class conflicts? In the world of AI, how can we depict the aspects of exploitation and the new facets of discrimination? Because all these years we've been talking about racial discrimination. African writers and Afro-American writers are talking about racial discrimination. Our South African writers were talking about apartheid in their country. And native writers were also talking about the exploitation of the natives in America, exploitation of the natives in Aboriginals in Australia, exploitation of the natives in the rest of the world. But when AI opens the doors, diverse groups of aspiring writers from Africa, Afro-America, South Asian and Aboriginal backgrounds, can come forward, and new forms of solutions are offered. New forms of solutions are offered that even the humanity has not dreamt of so far. Even the humanity that has not dreamt of so far, the solutions were offered by the machines. Now the question here is, the solutions that were offered by AI are genuine or not? Because human creativity vis-a-vis the artificial intelligence cannot be defeated at any point of time. I think that is a kind of solace for us. We can take pride that human creativity and human intelligence can never be substituted by artificial intelligence. Because in human creativity, you have empathy, you have depth, you have sympathy, you have identity, and human emotions and sensibilities cannot be substituted as such mechanically. The kind of love that you wanted to express towards your friends, the kind of empathization that you wanted to express towards social consolidation cannot be rendered by artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence at some point of time will be a failure. And proving that failure of artificial intelligence will be very, very complex on the part of humanity. So, I mean, this is the thing that I wanted to bring to your kind consideration, instead of talking about different forms of literary criticism, instead of talking about deconstruction, instead of talking about aspects of racial discrimination. I think for all the youngsters who are here, you can try to compose a poem with the assistance of AI. You can try to compose a script or a short story with the assistance of AI. You can improve your communication skills, or improvisation beyond your imagination can be done with your chat GPT and other things. Language processing models are there. When you go to the AI and digitalization, you can unfurl the new human being and the new creativity. So the youngsters can think about these things. At the first instance of my presentation, I thought that I should bring these things to your consideration. So another important aspect which I would like to present to you is our concern about nature. Eco-criticism or eco-environmental studies. I think eco-criticism is the last post of new forms of literary criticism. Of course, in the very book, Beginning Theory, you have a chapter that gives you complete information about eco-criticism. I think the scholars and the students who are making use of Beginning Theory will be well versed with the information. But let's be very, very careful that there are perceptions about nature. I mean, vis-a-vis the influence of AI, our concern with the nature. I'm not saying that these, the technology and the nature has to be considered as binary oppositions, like nature culture. It's not that, dialectical tension that we have to find here. But let us accept that the presence of the nature is latent. The presence of the nature is manifested. The presence of the nature is as old as divinity. The presence of the nature is as old as culture. And the presence of the nature is much before the beginning of the human beings, the beginning of the human race. That is one perception. In another perception, there is nothing like nature. It is only our conception and our perception that there is something like nature. And we try to define nature as nature. So, keeping away all the aspects of socialization or social conditioning, cultural conditioning, if we completely concentrate and depend only on the wilderness of the nature, which is so impounding, which is so invincible, people think that that itself will give us many answers about the survival of literature, about the survival of human creativity vis-a-vis the invasion of artificial intelligence. So now people are more concentrating on the definitions of nature. Because in general, in literature and literary criticism, we understand that everything is socially and linguistically constructed. Every facet of human experience is socially constructed and linguistically constructed. If that is so, is nature much before the perceptions of our construction, which we have preconceived much before the emergence of the culture? Or is nature much before the survival of the humanity or the creation of the humanity? So, they say that accepting nature as a major force, accepting nature that it is much before the human activity began, itself is a subscription to the ideology of escapism. So why do you all the time say that the force of the nature is so forceful? Force of the nature, the presence of the nature is of divinity. The presence of the nature is of mysticism, which cannot be comprehended. Or it cannot be, perceptible, which is imperceptible. So when we say that nature is all the time there in tooth and claw, or in the form of fury, or to set right the human inequalities, be it social inequalities or the cultural man-made inequalities, when we say that the nature is there, what was actually the attitude of the human beings towards nature, how nature is theorized, how nature is institutionalized, how nature is considered as a form of literary and cultural criticism for explication of literature. What exactly are the methods of the Western people and the Eastern people? Western people, they differ in their approach to literature. Especially the Americans they differ in their approach to literature. That is why they call their attitude towards nature as eco-criticism. And the British people, they differ their approach towards nature. They differ in their approach towards nature. And they call it as green studies. Green studies. So the institutionalization of eco-criticism as an academic discipline started in the year 1980s, and the institutionalization of nature as an academic discipline in England, in UK, was much before the romantic poetry. Of course, I will not take the argument into the detailed explanation of the chronological evolution of British literature and English literature, because most of the students who are here are ignorant of what literature is actually. Though you have a preliminary understanding of what literature is, I don't think you have a comprehensive understanding of the chronological evolution of literature in general and literature in particular related to US and UK. So Americans, they try to control nature and they try to keep the human beings above the presence of the nature. I think the entire American landscape is of wilderness. America is so huge and so vast in its wilderness that it has provided a lot many stories and lot many resources for the writers to come out with as many stories as possible. So the very classification of nature into wilderness, into scenic sublime, into countryside, and into domestic picturesque. Under domestic picturesque, we get parks, gardens, lanes that we groom and that we, nurture in our domestic surroundings. And in the countryside, we have hills, fields, and woods. And in the scenic sublime, we have forests, lakes, mountains, cliffs, waterfalls. And in the wilderness, we have deserts, oceans, uninhabited continents. So, this is how the Western people, for the sake of their convenience, classify nature into 4 subsects. And they think that each subsect is an inspiration for creating one stream of literature. I think most of the Americans are much worried about the wilderness of the nature, and their stories and their creativity, or their imaginary creativity, revolves around these things. Now, what could be the intermediate stage in between these classifications of nature? How should we theorize our approach towards nature, and how the attitude of the American writers and the British writers was found to be appropriate as far as considering nature as an essential part of literary criticism is concerned? Yeah. So you call it as ecological studies, you call it as environmental studies, you call it as green studies, or when you examine some of the important novels, if there is a description of the surroundings, if there is a description of domestic atmosphere, if there is a description of the forest-dwelling communities, we will have to identify that it is exclusively a different set of form of literary criticism. Hope you're following what I'm saying. I just presented to you the invasion of AI vis-a-vis the human intelligence and creativity, making you to understand the defeat of even Ram Gopal Verma and Rajamouli, who are considered to be the greatest creative, imagining or imaginary people as far as creative expression is concerned. Instead of concentrating exclusively on AI and fearing our positions, that humanity will have to accept its defeat, we will have to take solace in the lap of the nature, where nature itself is very much present, much before the human survival, much before the human beginning. So I'm asking you to concentrate what were the attitudes and approaches of the Western people towards understanding nature, how nature is institutionalized as an academic discipline, and how nature is depicted in their writings. I think the Western people are very, very particular. As I said, there is a popular book by Jonathan Bates, The Song of the Earth. What is the Song of the Earth? The Song of the Earth is poetry. Poetry is the song of the earth. When we examine the history of the evolution of poetry in all the cultures in this world, I think poetry completely survives only in celebrating nature. It completely survives only in celebrating nature. And again, going by the amplified definition of nature, nature is inclusive of human nature. It's not an external nature, external aspect of the nature which is visible to us. What exactly is the unpredictable, invisible human nature? How exactly are the attitudes of the human beings in all its splendor and wonder? Okay. So I will just conclude by making you to understand that Native American stories are different, Australian Aboriginal stories are different, Asian American stories are different, and Native Canadian stories are different. Different in the sense, different in depicting nature as one of the greatest resources for human creativity, which makes us to cross the borders, cross the boundaries of postmodernism or postcolonialism or any kind of isms with which we are bothered about. I think we are too much burdened with the ideas of different forms of literary criticism, gullibling ourselves, gullibling our creativity, and also bending our creativity in trying to understand how Derrida has deconstructed structuralism and how structuralism has uplifted linguistics and how linguistics is considered to be a philosophical godly talk, nothing but a repetition of godly talk. If one believes that linguistics is the ultimate form of knowledge, if one believes that linguistics is the centrality and crux of human civilization, we need to understand that linguistics is not the ultimate or the centrality of human civilization. It has to be supported. Linguistics is based on the idea of the center, and the centers, spawn structures, and the structures, though they are emanated from the minds of the people, they become so paramount in defining the destiny of the people. Like the academic institutions. The institutions are so paramount. Eventually, they try to define the destiny of the human beings. The institutions, they rely completely on the center. There has to be a center to run an academic institution. Now, the point here is the center which runs the academic institution could also be found beyond the academic institutions. The center is within and the center is outside. It is internal and it is also external. The center is explosive and the center is also implosive. Implosion is an explosion within the personality. Explosion is an explosion outside the personality. So instead of worrying about all these aspects of literary criticism that make us to understand, let us worry quite for some time about the existential problems related to the human creativity. As I said, the idea of authorship, the idea of readership, you don't have to read the text. The reading community is almost dead. Because if you can go to ChatGPT and say that I want the essence of this book, it gives you in one paragraph, in a half a second. So when ChatGPT is giving you the summary and the summation of the important books that you have to read, the idea of reading the book completely goes away from your mind. And the idea of books influencing the lives of the people, and the idea of the greatest books that were ever written on this earth, that played a very important role in creating, influential personalities, is simply gone, is simply thrown. How do you assess the withering of criticism, the withering of writing, or the withering away of reading, but it is the vanishing of the English communities. Dragged to the graveyard. There's no point in becoming so lethargic after the completion of your PhD. There is no point in delinking the relationship, the academic relationship with your supervisor and with the Department of English that nurtured you, that gave you the highest degree. Because only ignorant people think of delinking. If you're delinking yourself, it is like cutting off an umbilical cord from your mother. And you will not have any kind of future. You will have to live only with lipstick smiles, or what do you call pretentious smiles. And after your retirement, there will be nobody to talk to you. You will be dragged to the graveyard as a single lone ranger. A single lone ranger. So live in academic communities. Do not cut off your umbilical academic relationship from the departments, from where you have got your highest form of degrees. That has given you an existential identity. PhD is an existential identity. Without PhD, who are you? Either in your academic institution or in your society or any kind of thing. I'm not saying that you will have to calculate it on monetary terms. We have not calculated that on monetary terms. Because I'm very, very particular that all the teachers of English should have an existential identity. Because the highest academic qualification gives you an existential identity. So if the English teaching community fails to understand this, it is like inviting your own death before you are dragged to the graveyard physically and literally. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, I know this thunderous applause is because of your confusion. Is the result of your failure to understand as to what I'm saying from here. Anyway, thank you for your patience. Thank you. Yeah.
Friends, that's not enough. Shall we all stand up and give our sir a standing ovation for his wonderful discourse? Thank you. Please be seated. Yes, I'll be grateful to you for your silence, my dear students. As I was listening to Professor Rajshekhar Garu, especially when he was saying a few wonderful words about nature, I was reminded of my college days when I was doing my PG. One day I was writing my final examination and the paper was poetry. One of the questions was Wordsworth as a nature poet. Those days I used to have an academic habit of giving every essay a title, slightly journalistic title. So when I came to this particular question, Wordsworth as a nature poet, you know the title I gave it to my essay? The title I gave my essay? Words Worthy of Nature. Words Worthy of Nature. And even to sum up in 3 or 4 words what Professor Rajshekhar Garu has said, that's what I would say, words worthy of nature. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Friends, we have 2 items on the agenda. One is a book release, followed by felicitations to our honorable guests on the days. And I request Dr. B. Razu to conduct these 2 parts of the program. This one.
Sir, after these 2, I would like to request Gummadi sir to continue your speech. Then we shall have the break, then we will come back. Yesterday, I was listening to the valedictory function of Arts and Commerce and Management program. There, please pay attention for a while. Pretty soon we are giving for break. There, the chief guest as well as the MC, Dr. Raju from PG, was telling that they have been promoting their papers in highly reputed UGC guidelines order with a high impact factor, an internal open access, Google Scholar, and then with DOI identity. I know this trend slowly grabbing the attention of the publishers. Just publishing in ISBN or ISSN without these credentials, nobody is taking care of them. Even the institutional mileage is 0. So we had a meeting and I requested all my faculty members, senior faculty members, Rangababu sir, Praveen sir, myself, Dr. L. Shubha madam, to publish their papers, and they were published a week ago. It will be so nice if we receive these papers through the hands of these great personalities. First, I request Mr. N. Rangababu sir to receive your paper on syntax of guilt and interdisciplinary discourse by Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Please, sir. This paper is impact factor 92.4 the scale of 10, International Journal for Multidisciplinary Research, a peer review journal, an international open access, and paper ID 72068 with ODI. Please try to understand what is ODI. I request Mr. Praveen sir, Praveen Dasari Garu, to receive his paper from Reverend Father Dr. S. Melchior, our beloved principal. Distance. I am the Giraffe. I also contributed a paper, IJFMR, International Journal for Multidisciplinary Research. The paper is on From Encounter to Erosion, Missionaries and the Assimilation of the Aboriginal Australians. This is my topic for PhD also, done under the able guidance of my beloved sir, Professor Rajasekhar Garu. It's my honor to take and receive this paper from his hands. Dr. Lang, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sir Bali also. He will receiving from our keynote addressee, Reverend. I didn't understand that Dr. Sanjeev sir has this much of mileage. Then translating minds, then untranslating hearts, etc., in AI-centric novels. Dr. Lanke Shubha ma'am and her daughter Geeta Lakshmi joint venture. I request Gummad Sampath sir to give away this paper. Okay. Now book 3-4 books. In fact, these papers matters a lot to us individually and to the institution as a whole. And then I am the one of the chief editors of the book called Beyond Grammar, Rethinking English Language Teaching for the 2020s. I request Professor Rajasekhar and Professor Kupuram Garu to inaugurate and give these books to us. Women's resistance against patriarchal long shadow, a critical of Anita Nair's fiction that we have done. There is another book. I am also one of the editors. Dr. L. Shubha and his daughter were the contributors of this book. Beauty. Balshauri. Was a lecturer from Hindu College. He edited a book from his doctoral thesis, Toni Morrison and Gardiner. I request sir to release the book and give it to him. ELT Center supported him in bringing out this book. Girish Khanna. On Girish Karnad. Girish Karnad is also from Hindu College. ELT Center helped him in bringing out this book. Then followed by Dr. Ande Balashauri sir on Toni Morrison. Now, fill station. Thank you very much, sir and fathers. We have a felicitation program followed by break.
Respected Reverend Father Dr. Rex Angelo, Reverend Father Principal, our distinguished chief guest, our Guruji, Professor Rajshekhar Garu, former Vice Chancellor, Acharya Nagarjuna University, my Guruji, one of my Gurujis here, Rangababu Garu, and my former colleagues, remaining faculty, scholars, and dear students. It is a privilege to be part of this gathering. I offer my sincere respects to Professor Rajshekhar Garu, sir. It is an honor to share this platform with you. Let me share one simple thought. In today's world, we are surrounded by information, but true understanding is rare. Literature and discourse analysis help us go beyond words and discover meaning. Interdisciplinary thinking is not a choice anymore. It is a necessary. It teaches us to connect ideas, not just collect them. In fast-moving world, the real strength lies not in knowing more, but in understanding better. There is a saying, there is a reading of something, especially literature. There's a read the lines, read between the lines, read beyond the lines. So what read beyond the lines is our today's topic. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Dear distinguished dignitaries present here, the participants and dear students, I want to acknowledge and appreciate Dr. Sampath for his magnanimity in establishing the scholarship for English literature students. He has come forward to contribute every year 1 lakh worth of scholarships for the English literature students. Thank you very much, Sampath, for coming forward. And it would be of great help to those students who study English literature as their main subject. Thank you, and come forward to study that subject. Thank you very much. May God bless all of us. Thank you, sir.
లిటరీ సర్కిల్స్లో ఫ్రెండ్స్ సర్కిల్స్లో కూడా ఆయన పేరు సంపత్ కుమార్ అయినప్పటికీ సంపద కుమార్ అంటారు. సంపద డబ్బు మాత్రమే కాదు, వారి మనస్సు చాలా గొప్పది. ఆ ఉద్దేశంతో ఫ్రెండ్స్, ద నెక్స్ట్ ఐటమ్ ఆన్ ది అజెండా ఈజ్ ఫెలిసిటేషన్. We have 3 dignitaries on the days whom we are going to felicitate, not only on behalf of the Department of English, but also on behalf of Andhra Loyola College. First of all, I request Professor Rajashekar Patteti Garu, the former Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagaji University, to please come forward and occupy the special chair. చాలా పెద్ద పదవులు సార్ని వరించినాయి కానీ కుర్చీకి మాత్రం దూరం వారు. I also request all the members of the Department of English of Andhra Loyola College to come onto the dais and participate in the felicitation program. Please. Now I call upon Professor Dr. G. Kupuram, Turkana University, Central Africa, who has come into our midst as the keynote speaker, which is going to be there in the first session. Then let's also have the pleasure and privilege of felicitating our dear friend, Dr. G. Sampath, the CEO of Kumudi Consultancy. On behalf of all of us, I thank Professor Rajshekar Garu, Professor Kupuram Garu, and Dr. Sampath Garu for accepting our humble felicitation. Now we are going to break for lunch. On the right side of the dais, we have made lunch arrangements. Please have your lunch, and then we can enter the first session, which is going to be keynote address by Professor Dr. G. Kupuram, Turkana University, Central Africa.
I was wondering how am I going to introduce sir? So much of material and all that. So I took the help of Dr. Subha. Subha madam helped me. She prepared a brief kind of report. And then I felt a little bit confident. So I'll read that out for you. So I deem it an honor and privilege to stand before you and introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. G. Kupuram. He is an eminent historian, archaeologist, and international scholar whose academic career spans for more than 4 decades of teaching, research, and global academic engagement. Dr. Kupuram currently serves as a professor of history at the University of Technology and Arts of Byumba, Rwanda. With an impressive academic background that includes degrees in science, history, archaeology, epigraphy, linguistics, and peace studies, along with a PhD in history and archaeology and a Doctor of Letters in archaeological sciences. He has built an outstanding interdisciplinary profile that bridges humanities, archaeology, and social sciences. Throughout his distinguished career, Dr. Kupuram has taught and conducted research across several countries, including India, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Madagascar, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Rwanda, contributing significantly to higher education development, curriculum design, and postgraduate research training. His academic excellence has earned him international recognition, including fellowships with the Royal Asiatic Society, London, and the National Geographic Society, Washington, D.C. Sir is a prolific scholar and has authored and edited numerous books and research monographs and has published more than 180 peer-reviewed journal articles, along with dozens of conference papers presented at international forums. He has also developed over 20 specialized university course books in archaeology, paleoanthropology, and educational leadership that have been widely used in African universities. In addition to his publications, Dr. Kupuram has served as an international research consultant and academic collaborator with leading institutions such as Aarhus University in Denmark, Heidelberg University and Ruhr University, Bochum in Germany, and Bielefeld University and Max Planck Institute for the History of Science in Berlin. His research interests include African archaeology, human evolution, heritage studies, global historical transformations, and interdisciplinary approaches to history and society. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a privilege to welcome such a distinguished scholar. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. G. Kupuram. Please give him a big hand. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, for your excellent and very musical proposition about me. In fact, I'm indeed grateful to what he has spoken and the time and the patience that he has taken to go through my cumbersome curriculum vitae. Thank you very much, sir. In fact, I'm really honored to stand before you because when I saw this topic, I don't know who did it, who framed this topic. I know very well that Professor Raju and Dr. Shubham did this. It's a very critical and a very demanding theme today in the modern world because both of them are conflicting now. Interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary are a big terminology which is conflicting in many of the European, African, and American universities. Because most of them want to be unilateral. They don't want to be multidisciplinary because of several reasons, because of several factors, which I am going to narrate you in this article. Today, I'm going to talk about the voices of the voiceless people, especially through literature. I'm not going to be westernized. I'm not going to be hypothetical. I'm not going to be theoretical. Nothing of that sort. I am going to be purely a Telugu person. Remember, I'm a Tamil. A lot of Telugu people are in Chennai, and a lot of Tamil people are in Vijayawada. You have to understand that first of all. You know, when you grasp the roots of diaspora, internal diaspora, you'll come to understand the relationship between these two major linguistic cultures, in fact. So, what is discursive? I'm going to move all around. I'm going to move all around the disciplines to justify whether we need interdisciplinary or whether we need a multidisciplinary analysis of this topic which we are going to talk today. In fact, you know, now, why this discourse analysis all of a sudden? Are we ready to talk about Dalit, subaltern people? Are we ready to talk about women writers? A lot of people have written on women. I appreciate them, in fact. You know, right from Dr. Raju and his team, a lot of professors and lecturers from the Department of English and others have written wonderful books, edited and personal nice books, in fact. Whether you need English or Telugu in Andhra classrooms, whether Telugu diaspora should do more, because the largest diaspora of our nation comes from Telugu land in America. The highest income, foreign revenue, comes from Telugu people. Before it was Kerala, in the last 7-8 years, Telugu people, because they know to save money. That's one. And as Professor Rajshekhar also was talking about eco-criticism, I'm also going to talk about a gyno criticism here also, you know. Whether we have to do justice with this subject, or we have to transform the pedagogy into a practical, inspiring, or whether train the teachers by giving them honest and determined values, you know. But I'm going to now return the famous Telugu poet, Potana. This man is very dramatic. In fact, personally has inspired many people, in fact. Let us take you are taking bath in the morning. You're drinking water. It's all Krishna water, Godavari water. Understand that, in fact, this Western Ghats River, flowing 1,400 kilometers all along the Telangana and Andhra, drying into the Bay of Bengal. In fact, understand, she nourishes the black cotton soil of the Guntur area, the tobacco farms of Krishna district, the rice paddies of the Godavari Delta. Is she carrying water? No. She's not carrying water. She's carrying the civilizations, the life of civilization of several millions of people who have been habiting along this very precious and holy land of Andhra Pradesh, the former Andhra Pradesh, incorporating the ruins of Amaravati, the holistic monuments of Nagarjuna Konda, and definitely, I should not forget, the very pious Telugu woman. These Telugu women are so pious that they have transformed the literary discourse into several meaningful manifestations, which you know that many of the families have survived because of the manifestations and services done by the Telugu woman. So why this man is talking rubbish about Krishna River? Is it necessary to talk in this multidisciplinary interdisciplinary conference? My dear students, you have to understand that you have to change your thinking, you have to change your methodology of writing, you have to change the perspective of what you're seeing, you have to change the logic and honesty of what you are going to exist tomorrow. The human species has to survive with something new, and you are going to do that. We are old, we are going to pass away. So Krishna is nothing but representing geology, representing geography, she's history, she's economy, she's mythology, she's Telugu folklore, and also she's the government. A government of disputes between water sharing. And for Potana, it is metaphor. It's a metaphor, in fact. So what I'm saying is that literature does not belong to one discipline. In the 21st century, we should not pretend that I'm interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary. No. You have to look on what perspectives you will discourse yourself into a pragmatic and conceptual standing forever, you know. So my point is that don't think that your college studies is luxury. Your academics is luxury. It is elite. I want to learn English. No. Some girl told me, why you came here? Why do you want to learn English? Sir, English. No, that's not there. You want to learn something beyond English, beyond the academic and the professional perspective. That is the paradox of human survival. You are going to be a panacea, a remedy for the future human survival. In fact, you know your soil, you know your literature, you know your culture, you know the social realities of Andhra Pradesh. You know the net developmental index at the national level. Telangana 77.9%, Andhra 76.2%. Wonderful. Is the highest in India. So what does it mean? That this government has developed a lot of areas, you know. So this is what you have to understand through literature. I want the students to be very energetic, you know. You read a Telugu novel or a Dalit poem or an Andhra folk song, whatever, any piece of English literature, any piece of English fiction, you will find some kind of character, funny character, true character, or maybe confusing characters to awaken your mind. So this is all about literary discourse analysis. What are you learning from reading literature? Power. The power of making you stand on your feet. Not to become leaders. Not to become, scientists. But something beyond this paraphernalia. You yourself in literature are invisible. You have an architecture of something inside your brain. Bring it out. Bring it out, in fact. You have a special ideology, in fact. You want to speak, you know. So this particular wealth inside your brain will go to ask you who gets to speak, who is silenced, voiceless, whose pain counts as literature, and who is dismissed as complaint. You may complain many things. Some are taken, some are distorted. So, discourse, the meaning of discourse is not just language. Remember, it's a language of social practice. You go together, you travel home by bus, you talk on many things, you have your website, you have your Instagram, you have the ChatGPT, AI, many other tools that you have. So it is an operational normative. You are operating within the normatives of what is happening today and what will happen tomorrow and what will you do for tomorrow. That should be your final conclusion. Understand this power. Discourse is the power. Rightly, I should thank Dr. Raju and Shubham for cleverly devising this topic, because discourse is the power of the voiceless. You have to seize it from time to time. You see, I'm not talking anything about abstract proposition or hypothesis which you have to define conceptually or not. No. I want an immediate, visceral relevance for the Andhra Telugu people. Take Andhra before. We had lots of Sanskrit literary traditions, isn't it? Defined. It was counted as a great literature for centuries. But what about the lower caste communities? The Jamba Purana, the Bobili Katha, the Kinnera songs, they were all excluded from this. Why? Because they were inferior. That's what the great Sanskrit literature thought about. The discourse of literary value was controlled by this cultural and controlling powers of the great Sanskrit literature. Colonial administrators also used, you can see many foreign scholars writing Telugu dictionaries, Telugu grammar, everything was systematically privileged. It was a Brahminical literary Telugu over the spoken dialects. You are farmers, you are weavers, you are artisans, okay? You are ordinary, below the ordinary people. And you are neutral, you are not able to speak. You are a tool of social ordering. On the top, Brahminical, the lower caste comes here. So, why these two people, Raju and Shubham, have enacted this topic is that they are not knowledgeless people. They are not innocent because they know that language is very powerful, and they have been reading all that text. And in the 21st century, they were looking at some kind of toolkit to remove the complexity of human experience demands, human experience survival. Thanks to these two people. Give them a big hand. So Professor Raju and Shubham. You know, I was always revolutionizing myself. Why this topic now? Because this topic is highly in conflict in many countries, you see. So next is, I'm going to talk about the Dalit, the subaltern discourse, the voice below the voice. The voice below the voice. In fact, we have to be passionate, we have to be scholarly, we have to be driven by examples. In fact, you know, so you will find me, what is this man not talking about literature? He's talking about nonsense, social pedigrees and other things and all. But that is what life is all. Your life is entangled with literary secrets. You don't know about that. Since you were born cuddling your mother's milk and so on, you have never seen a change. You have never seen what exactly new things are in front of you. Never, you see. So we are going to talk about the Dalit literature. Dalit literature is invisible in the university curriculum, absent from academic journals, dismissed by mainstream critics. And Dalit literature is today said it's a sociology. They are a social caste. They are a social entity. They are socially marginalized, in fact. Not literature. They don't bring them literature. Because literature is elite. You cannot bring the non-elites like Dalits into the literature. Chance, no chance. So this is what. Consider the poetry of Goreti Venkana. This man, Telangana folk. Oh, he described a lot of the life about the bonded laborers in the Nalgonda fields. How they performed, how they were exhausted, how they were treated, humiliated, how they were suppressed, and men and women were treated as inhuman instruments rather than human beings. Take Kalekuri Prasad, his book, Me Kosam. Kalekuri Prasad, very, very famous scholar. In fact, you know, Dalit Telugu poet. This man's work became a manifesto for an entire generation. What they say, we built your temples with our sweat. We were forbidden to enter them. We are tired of building your heavens. Goodbye. You see, we will now build our own. And that's what now Dalit people are doing this, in fact, you know. Even Gayatri Spivak also speaks of the subaltern people, you know. She talks about the language, also the forms, and registers the dominant institutions that refuse to recognize them as legitimate organs or legitimate bodies of our nation. The question is not about marginalized or subaltern. The question is whether we academic people, knowledgeable, intellectual people, can include them in our university and syllabus committees. You see? They don't have the universities and syllabus committee today, they don't have the ears to hear us. This is about Dalit. My next example comes here about the woman of Andhra. Gyno criticisms and beyond. Bhakti poet Akka Mahadevi, Vachanas. She wrote a lot of Vachanas about spiritual independence. Then the Telugu novelist Volga, Vimukta, liberation. She talked about the liberation, in fact, So what she was conducting in these writings, she wanted to liberate the woman from the literary and the ideological narrowness. And she created a revolution for centuries, in fact, So here, Elaine Showalter coined this word gynocriticism. She said that discovery and analysis of women's writing in its own terms. In the Telugu context, gynocriticism must grapple with the specific configurations of caste, class, and gender that shapes woman literary production. Every woman is different. Every girl is different. You have your own idea, you have your thinking. You share from time to time, They all fall under gyno criticisms. Sita refused to accept Rama. You see, she said Ram chose Dharma over me, but I chose Dharma for myself. Beautiful. Beautiful. Volga writes like this. Nice poet. She's a very nice poet. You have to read all her Vimukta, the liberation of Sita, So this is not a feminist statement. This Volga statement, feminine statement, is a discursive revolution. I hope, my dear students, if you're taking down points, it will be very nice. Pick up your pen and with a small notebook, jot down points, because this will definitely provocate you for your future research, if I'm not wrong. Because this is where your future literature lies, So this is what I want to say about Volga, the discursive revolution is, in fact, an instrument of women's liberation, in fact, So all those things, all those functions, local people, Telugu people have created, in fact. My next one is the English question. The English question. These girls, they want to learn English. No. Don't answer this anymore. Telugu is more beautiful than English. Sir, I came to learn English. Learning English can be done anywhere, with your parents, with your friends, and with all the AI, internet tools and other things and all. You came here to understand the definition of humanity through literature, whether it is Western literature or whether it is Indian literature. But you have the Andhra, the Telugu perspective in the classroom. You understand that. We are not going to follow Macaulay. Macaulay, that fellow in 1835, he said that I will like to produce Indians who are Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, English in opinions, English in morals, and English in intellect. The last one I reject. Everyone rejects this, in fact, So this is the kind of contradiction that English scholars have given to millions of generation learners, whether from Dalit or from Adivasi or backward caste communities in Andhra. The language of aspiration of social mobility has not been available. You have been mobile, but social, cultural, and intellectual mobility is rather, what to say, in fact, it has been procrastinated, and it has been impregnated, or it has been constipated. So you have to come out from that, my dear. This is what actually, you have to unlock your vernacular secrets. So every parent in small towns of Krishna, Guntur district, Godavari, Srikakulam, Rajamundri, yes, so mad people. English. I want this is English. That's not possible. Rajamundri mothers are fanatics of English. Go and take a survey. You can all go and take a survey. I'm telling the truth. Because they've got a they've got a very elite perspective. You remember one thing? 72% of Telugu scholars and Telugu IT fellows are in the US from Rajamundri. Thanks to Rajamundri for promoting this. And they want to send their children to English medium schools. And because they know that the Telugu medium schools are bitter. And they feel that English is the gatekeeper of government jobs and higher education. Even the ministries have promoted. The last ministries also promoted English, higher education and even the school age. I understand English is necessary. English is a business language, but you can do many things by using the local language. Russians, Chinese, they are all doing wonders with their own mother tongues, vernaculars, in fact. So I want you girls to remove your oppression, to emancipate, and you have the democratic aspiration of doing much better than the teachers here or any literary scholars or even like me, anybody. You have the complicity of your own power, and you are the tool, you are the potential for transformative pedagogy. Understand this particular point, So, as I said, Andhra Pradesh has the largest diasporas in India, with Telugu-speaking communities established in New Jersey, New York, California, even in the Gulf countries, and also in Australia. In fact, their discursive productions, remain absent, but they have introduced them in their own writings. But today, it is all absent in the university curriculum. That's why, Homi Bhabha, the famous scientist, long back, he developed a third space. What is this third space? He wanted every culture's, national cultures, to be hybrid, where colonial and colonized cultures will be separated from the stigmas that they are facing, and every particular culture will have a belonging to each other. So this third space talks about particular intensity, complex negotiations of Telugu identity, caste, language, food, festival, family, obligation constitute a rich field for interdisciplinary discourse analysis. Many Telugu people in Washington, D.C., they are selling chutneys. Not only Gonkra chutneys, different type of chutneys, different types of pickles. They are minting money, but they are jobless. They are minting money, they are jobless. Americans, Europeans, they love it because it is made of tamarind and the raw and the dried vegetables, in fact, So this is how literature has given a space for the woman and also for the men to flourish themselves, in fact. You have to understand this. Your language, they have got a big cultural club in Pennsylvania, and all family obligations, they get together, in fact. They marry themselves there. In fact, they get girls and boys from themselves, from that big United States circle, in fact. But this diasporic Telugu is creating wonders, has created wonders, in fact. Why? They're comparable with Jhumpa Lahiri, Bengali American fiction, Chitra Banerjee, who has written Divakuruni, in fact. So all this literature of these Indians, actually, they have created some kind of permanent identity. In fact, they are not going to lose their virtual identity. They are not going to lose their adaptation to progress themselves forward and bring out the Telugu cultural peculiarity to diasporic experiences. They are giving a lot of experiences to us. The next one is eco-criticisms, like Professor Raju Shetty was telling. In fact, and the Adivasi knowledge system. In fact, the Krishna River is dying, a lot of pollution, dams being built, disputes in water, extraction of minerals on the shores, in fact, and all this has reduced her flow. History has damaged her also. The fishing communities of the Krishna Delta, in fact, they have lost their life, their mythology, their culture, their identity, and their relationship with the river, the nature. As Raju Shetty was talking about the nature, in fact, there's a kind of cultural extinction, along ecological devastation, in fact. Eco-criticisms, environmental criticism is the bedrock of our literature, whether it is Telugu or any other literature, and they have a very vast environmental story, because this discussed story is not only with Ramayana and Bharat, it is the language of your day-to-day activities. You go home, do your kitchen work, go to the fields, irrigation, do irrigation. You're also important in hydro power generation. You're also responsible to sell all your products at home. Many of them are entrepreneurs. In fact, many of them do wonderful things for their family, apart from reading, part-time jobs and so on. You are manufacturing many things inside your home, helping your mother to sell, to market it, for some little money to survive, So, literature is talking about these human communities. You are the human communities who are establishing a viable, production in its externality. And when you go externally, you are doing something, creativity, If you talk about folklore literature of Kolleru communities, Kondaredi Adivasi people of the Eastern Ghats, the Koya cosmologies of Godavari Valley, they are all counter discourses. It's all talking about the personhood of rivers, inter-river, my river. The rights of non-human communities. Rivers are not human communities, non-human. But they are the knowledge embedded for your sustainability. Sustainable traditional relationship with the land, as Raju was also telling deeply in his AI analysis, in fact. And apart from that, the climate crisis also has given a lot of crisis in your culture, in your imagination, in your very sustenance of daily bread. In fact, you see, so there's a big de-arrangement what is happening, in fact. So you have to open your eyes. Your eyes should be new. Your brain should be new. In fact, you have to understand the anthropological curiosities of your surrounding areas, in fact. And you have to have a central place in your literary curriculum. Yes, Telugu language and digital justice, it is the fourth industrial revolution. You can do that, as Dr. Raju was also telling very much, in fact. There's no question of linguistic discrimination in the 21st century intellectual life. No. In fact, you have capabilities, adaptabilities, and so on. That's why you find the great Telugu revolutionary poet, Marojanma Rahasyam, by Sri Srinivasa Rao. This man is talking about another birth. He's talking about a birth beyond human beings. It's a technological birth. Who wants to be born? Who wants to rule your particular land? What possibilities are you going to get, and what will you leave behind? This is what this great revolutionary poet is instigating us. He is advocating for digitization and AI integration, which we have all been seeing, The Telugu literary materials are fully equipped for the promotion of AI literacy. Understand this, use it, in fact, So, theory without pedagogy is also a luxury, in fact, Resources are stretched, you have lots of resources. Reading the world also is very, very important, but reading the word, W-O-R-D, reading the world is different. But reading the word definitely will give you discursive significance from time to time, because you are going to, magnify the oppression of the oppressed, the pedagogy of the oppressed by Paulo Freire, So this is what You're going to understand the experience of poverty, discrimination, aspiration. What is your resilience? In fact, as tomorrow's educators, you are going to transform this language into your own language critically, and the literary tools to transform imaginatively. And you are definitely going to use Telugu literature. So we have 4 practical calls, which I would say this to all the students: expand what literature you have in hand, expand as much as possible. In fact, read Goretti Venkana, he's like a Langston Hughes, lead anybody, Volga, who's Virginia Woolf, in fact, So teaching language is power. It's just not communication, in fact, So acknowledge this, make it as an object of critical reflection, not as a source of shame. Don't have shame if you speak in Telugu. Don't have shame if you join in Telugu medium. No. Be proud that you are born in this particular language. The best ESL pedagogy today is not immersion in standard English. It is the critical development of critical bilingual and multilingual awareness. Bilingual and multilingual awareness. Use literature to build a democratic consciousness. In fact, you should have an imaginative empathy throughout Andhra to make a literary study as a civic imperative. Civic, right from this kindergarten, try to infuse this kind of promotion. In fact, you're embracing collaborative and digital pedagogy from time to time. Today we are having seminars. Why the college is conducting seminars? Because you are a special community who can promote your nearby communities with many aspects of productive assignments from time to time, And that's how interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary has a particular meaning. Not every challenge has an easy solution. Not every challenge. Today, because of the bureaucratic inertia of university syllabus committees, examination culture, rote memorization, the thinking of scholars, all these things, you're going to, this reverse or redevelop, reorient the linguistic analysis, because the digital divide also sometimes is creating problem. In urban colleges, you have the digital resources, whereas in the rural institutions, it is very much under-resourced. You have to understand the caste dynamics that continue to shape also speaks about authority, in academic circles. I'm not going to pretend, I'm not going to be real. Also, I'm going to be transformative intellectual. As long as you don't bring out a movement in history, in fact, you cannot be different. Your classrooms cannot be different, my dear. Make them different from every brothers and sisters you have. You have one student at a time. When I talk to somebody in the class, I talk to one student. One syllabus reform. Try to refine and reform one syllabus at a time. So my recommendations for these students, in fact, see that Dalit women's tribal and diasporic Telugu texts are central. Include them as much. Build AI literacy into language and literature. Establish digital archives of Telugu oral literature, folk songs and Adivasi storytelling. This is not there. Sorry. Note it down. I want, if any person can do research on this, I will give you a prize. Establish digital archives of Telugu oral literature, folk songs and Adivasi storytelling traditions. Create incentives. Professor Raju is there to give incentives. The Loyola College is there to give you incentives. A lot of the associations are there to make your interdisciplinary teaching, your appointments, your cross-departmental modules, everything to be successful. Your collaborative research funding also can be successful. Invest in standard professional investment, That's very, very important. We have developed a lot of entrepreneurs in our country, more than 5 lakh entrepreneurs. And that's one milestone that we have developed. So I'm not talking about Krishna River or Potana. Potana was not talking about people. He was writing this in the 15th century in the world from time to time. Poetry was not worthy. He said, I don't want to the court. I don't want to work. He said, I don't want to the court. I don't want to work, meet the kings and the nobles. But I want to be very honest, genuine, rigorously. I want to examine what the human beings want. This is what he was writing So understand, Krishna river is not flowing as per your orders. It flows. Rain comes, water flows. It creates our own channel. It has its rock bed in the Deccan Plateau. Remember that. Krishna river or Godavari river does not belong to any literature, any discipline or any single community. It does not belong to any single theory, neither that literature. In fact, what I want to say to every student is that every scholar, you have an early career. Your career starts now. You're a lecturer, you're a listener in the room. Neither you can do anything. Please carry on. So, before I conclude, I want you to be better human beings, in fact. Why? You stand at the crossroads. The voices of the voiceless, in fact. The language of theories, in fact. The traditions of the urgent crisis. Crisis you have plenty. A lot of crisis you have. You want to protect your physical morality, your mental morality. You want to protect everything at your doorsteps. In fact, you are not only an institution builder, but you are building the paradox of human survival. That's what is the paradox. Paradox, I can't explain it. I can't define it also. You will explain it. So these are all the limitations and the possibilities of the 21st century. This seminar is not just academic, not just professional. It is beyond humanity. It is beyond humanity, because tomorrow you will ask the question, what kind of teachers I should be, what kind of students I should be, what I should do in the future, what kind of citizens I have to be. In fact, not simply leaders giving money and taking votes. No, that's not the question, as in Tamil Nadu. Giving money and taking votes, that is corruption, bribery. All these things, beyond humanity, what you are going to think for your own friends, your neighbors, and so on. You embrace multidisciplinary and also interdisciplinary, because you are bound to be radically inclusive. You cannot segregate yourself today, because you've got a lot of knowledge and information. You've got a lot of people asking questions. So many students around 150 students, 150, 200 questions are there running across the brain, across the mind. So your approach to literary discourse analysis is very much essential. Our time is demanding very much. Don't be late, my dear students, as I will end this speech. Discourse is the power which has to be seized. Will you seize it? Discourse is the power which has to be seized. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak on this. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Professor, highly reflective, profound, analytical, answered several things, throws a challenge to be answered for several things, and then opened new channels to address a few issues. Thank you very much, sir, from our bottom of heart. See, morning Father Principal told us, actually we thought of planning for a national seminar. And we circulated the brochure also for a national seminar. While after circulation, I received a call from Professor Dr. G. Kurupam Ji saying that, sir, I am coming. I will come, I will attend. And then I shared the same news to my principal, Dr. S. Milkier. And he advised me, why don't we convert into international seminar? And we have one resource person from Oman. He also given his consent to address us tomorrow online. help us, guide us. Thank you.
Start the paper presentation. I request Sister Candy to chair the session. Sister Candy is from Elliott Engineering College, who has completed her doctorate degree and now about to receive postdoctoral very soon. And hearty congratulations, madam. With this, I would like to invite Professor Sandra from KL University to present her paper.
Guests on the days, learned faculty members and my dear students. Before I go into my plenary presentation, I would like to take a couple of minutes to extend my gratitude to each one of you present here. First of all, the Alpha and the Omega, Lord Almighty, because this is the 4th consecutive year that I'm here on this great platform. It's homecoming each time I take this opportunity, because it's a missionary institution. I'm so happy, my dear students. This is the 4th consecutive year that I've been given an opportunity by the management of Loyola College, institutions, and the entire team of English department to be the resource persons. And I also, at this time, acknowledge the motivation and inspiration given by my late father and my living mother. If not for them, I wouldn't have been here on this esteemed days once again. And my very special thanks go to the convener of the conference, the head of the Department of English of Andhra Loyola College, Dr. B. Raju, headed and stewarded by Dr. Raju, again, the convener of the seminar, and the entire team of English department for having given me this wonderful platform to express a few words of my perspectives on the topic of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary discourses in literary studies. So thank you, sir, and all the faculty members of the department. And my special love goes to all the students here. Very soon I'll complete, so you need not worry about it, my dear students. I hope you enjoy my talk. So before I go into, next slide, please. Okay, the topic of my presentation is, go to the first slide, please. Yeah, the presentation, the topic of my presentation is Discourse Without Borders, Literary Studies in the Age of Interdisciplinarity. So I just want all of us to meditate on two important concepts here. Discourse without borders. literary studies and interdisciplinarity. I think most of the points that I wanted to express has been said by Dr. Kurupam sir. Anyway, let me also share my views from the grassroots level. It's going to be a very simple presentation, my dear students, because I want all of us to understand what literature is about and how it is relevant and can be extended to other fields and hence becomes interdisciplinary and also multidisciplinary. Now, the question is, before I go into, what happens when literature and science converge or meet, my dear students? Cheppagalugutara, let me also be bilingual. What happens when literature and science meets or they merge together? Let's make it an interactive session, please. అంటే లిటరేచర్ సైన్స్ కలిసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? Literature and science. Please tell me, students. Nothing happens? What happens when you pick up the mobile and then start browsing, looking at your Insta or your WhatsApp? What happens? Nothing happens? ఏదో ఒకటి జరగాలి కదా? ఏం జరగట్లేదా? Oh, it's very sad. Okay, because the moment we are given even a short span of time, even 1 or 2 minutes, I'm sure all of us pick up the mobile phones and start browsing the Instagram or WhatsApp. Even I do that. You know, I keep telling round the clock to all the students, don't do this, don't do that. But then I'm so used to habituated, I've become a slave of the machine, okay, call this mobile phone, that I cannot resist my temptation. And I have an engagement and association with this Insta and WhatsApp because I'm so excited. I want to know what messages I have received for the day and, you know, what are the new things that I come across in the Instagram posts or reels or whatever you call it. Okay. So similarly, when science and literature meets, my dear students, you know, there are many things that happen. Okay, it is not 1 or 2 that we can quote or we can speak about, but it is, you know, literature by itself is too vast. And when it merges with science, I think it becomes all the more an ocean and it is fathomless. And, you know, you have ideas, notions, and many thoughts coming up. You know, works are created, different genres come out, and that is what happens. And hence, from this perspective, we can definitely say that literature is not restricted, it is not confined, but it is interdisciplinary, it is multidisciplinary. I just asked you a question, what happens when science and literature meets? But, you know, literature has affinities, has associations with different branches, different, you know, subjects, different, you know, topics and other, you know, aspects. So, yeah, this is how, okay, yeah, discourse without borders. Do we all believe that literature can exist by itself or it can be created all by itself? Again, the question, the answer is it cannot confine itself. And discourses or conversations, interactions cannot take place by themselves unless, you know, some interaction, a dialogue or an exchange takes place between 2 people. It can be either a machine or a human being, or it can be 2 human beings, and it goes on. So similarly, my dear students, I wish to tell you, I've prepared this keeping in mind the student community, especially literature students, because, you know, we are losing ground because of the mushrooming of engineering colleges. We are cutting a very sorry figure, and hence, you know, the number of the strength of the students who are opting for literature is coming down, has very badly come down. But let, you know, all the sessions, all the talks that you have been listening since morning, you know, help you to think create an awareness in each one of you to continue taking, literature as specialization, so that it opens doors for you to lots of opportunities. It also opens lots of avenues and pathways, for employability and your career. So breakdown, yes, definitely literature, crosses boundaries. You cannot say that literature is restricted or confined only to itself or only to genres like prose, poem, essay, biography, fiction, drama, all that. But today, if you see that, it has extended, it has augmented itself to different fields, but we have not realized the potential of literature. But now maybe I think because of AI everywhere, the burning issue, the talk of the town is AI, artificial intelligence. We have become, again I'm telling you, we have become absolutely habituated and slaves of these, especially the chat GPT. Even me, I'm honestly, transparently telling you, okay, I'm speaking so much, but if I need some information, I have made my mind, my thinking, my creative abilities, suppressed so much so that because I'm depending on these AI tools or, for example, the chat GPT. But here I want to say that literature, it is definitely, it goes beyond even, these actually taken place long back. But maybe, no one was there to speak about them or, to bring them into the limelight. And, but today again, just because, so many innovative tools have come up, so many innovations have come up in, in the 21st century, the question is, again, is literature really interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary? The answer is definitely literature is interdisciplinary. It has got relevance to many other, fields, many other subjects, and hence it is also multidisciplinary. It is not, it does not stand alone by itself. And here I have taken the example of Foucault. In his work, The Archaeology of Knowledge, he says, literature is a fluid. Just one or two sentences I have taken, from this particular book. I'm not quoting the exact words, but the idea that Michael Foucault has, put in his work, The Archaeology of Knowledge, he says, literature is fluid. It's liquid, like an ocean, like a sea, whose waters keep, sprawling and spreading. They are spreading like anything. So literature also is, has spread. It is spreading to such an extent and is connected with all other branches, okay, and fields of, study. And here we can take the example of Frankenstein, by Mary Shelley, where we get the idea of, how literature also can really go beyond, the borders. Next is interdisciplinarity. So this again shows that literature makes use of, methods and perspectives. So unless there is a collaboration, there is an integration of, literature with other fields or other branches or other subjects, my dear students, we cannot really claim the aesthetics of literature, the beauty of literature, okay? But we say that literature definitely has got associations and more, beauty. The pleasure principle can be derived, from literature when it merges, when it is integrated, or when it's, methods and perspectives integrate, with the digital tools or AI tools. And that is how new epistemologies, new philosophies are created. And here I've taken the example of Klein J.T., who in his work, interdisciplinarity has, said, so integration of methods, concepts, and perspectives, definitely helps to address complex problems, which cannot be solved in a single, okay, field or a single, subject like literature alone, or any other subject like sociology or economics, for example. So the fusing, the conglomeration of all these, perspectives and methods definitely will, help augment, the views of literature, and hence again it is, it becomes interdisciplinary. Now, why should, in the 21st century, why there is a need for interdisciplinary study or multidisciplinary studies? It is no longer, only sticking on to one particular field, but, it is all clubbed. And, the approaches, to literary study should be changed. And of course it has changed, and that is how it has become interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So the need here, is because it addresses complex, realities. We know that human life is too complicated, like a cobweb, like a spider's web. And these issues, these complications can be, come to a standstill to a certain extent, when, literature fuses itself, with other topics, or when literature blends itself with other areas and other disciplines. So that is how Julie Thompson Klein, talks about, how these complex issues can be, addressed. And also, my dear students, we are all talking so much about critical thinking these days. So again, interdisciplinary studies, definitely helps all of us to become more critical. It helps us to develop our logical, and reasoning skills or thinking, which I think engineering streams are looking for in the students. 90% of engineering colleges are all the time talking about reasoning skills, aptitude, logical thinking and all that. Okay, so here again, definitely, the role played by literature as an interdisciplinary, field is, should be taken into consideration, because it definitely helps, the students develop and strengthen their critical thinking. And I've taken the example of, Nicolescu, who in his manifesto of, transdisciplinarity, talks about, he says, this literature, knowledge, transcends disciplinary boundaries. Literature is not restricted. That's why I said it goes beyond. It transcends itself. As Sir was also telling in the morning also, that, the former Vice Chancellor was making a reference. Okay, it goes beyond. Our thinking ability should go beyond literature. You should not remain at the ground level. You should be able to think, and create things, something beyond, and that is how understand the different levels of meaning or reality or different perspectives, my dear students. And that is how this interdisciplinary, it promotes a dialogue and interaction between science, humanities, and also the lived experiences, of the individuals. Yeah, now these are the key intersections. Now, what are the areas that usually we say that literature can merge or literature can, combine or join? So technology, psychology, you have ecology, then medicine. All these are different, fields where literature can, combine, to make it interdisciplinary and also multidisciplinary. And that is how it again tries to expand literary relevance. So by applying, or when literature merges, literary studies merges into all these areas, there is an expansion an augmentation of, the relevance of literature. And hence again, it becomes interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. And here I have taken the example of Hale's How We Think. Okay, Hale's How We Think. And, he says, she says, there is a dynamic interplay between humans and digital technologies. And there is a dire need for integration of humanities and computational methods to understand evolving forms of thought. So to understand the content, the essence of what a particular text is all about, I'm sure there should be an interaction between, there should be a dialogue between this digital, humans and digital technologies. Next is, literary discourses also extend to AI, and literature. AI, we all know, it has become a buzzword, keyword, password, what word, I don't know, we can use, because everywhere, all students, all faculty members, everyone is using AI in some form or the other. So that is how, again, literary studies extend themselves to AI and literature also, where we have AI-generated text. Yes, all of us are so used to, even to make a presentation, to send papers, we are immediately making use of the chat GPT. Okay, and trying to type the topic and we are getting the data and immediately we are trying to, paste them. It's like, cut, copy, paste. And then now we are trying to send the same thing. We are not even thinking of modifying them or recreating them. So to such an extent, the use and relevance of AI has come. But the proper use of AI should be done. The ethical use of AI is very important, my dear students. If you use it in the right and proper manner, definitely it will be of great use to us, and we can definitely enrich and expand our knowledge. And so the use of AI data or text, definitely, there is a debate, there is a discussion on authorship and the text. You cannot claim, after copying from AI, you cannot claim and say that I have written it. Because you will also get, the plagiarism report. Everything from, including a full stop and a comma, punctuation, everything will be, given in black and white by AI-generated systems, or paraphrase the tool or whatever we have. So make sure that you don't lose ground, the essence of literary text or literary studies, even if you are merging or using AI tools, to get some information. Do not completely depend or rely on AI sources or materials. Try thinking on your own, try to be creative, reinterpret, reanalyze, try to revision what is there, try to recreate and see how you can enjoy the core and crux of literary studies and literature books. So Borden here, in his book titled AI, Its Nature and Future, Margaret Borden. Now she says that we all know that artificial intelligence is a multifaceted field. But as I've already told you, one should use use it wisely. Proper use of AI should be done by human beings in order to sustain and retain the core essence of literary texts and literary studies. Otherwise, we will be losing. Yes, I'll conclude. So otherwise, we will be losing that creativity and innovative okay, that natural instincts that has come to us, you know, the inherent qualities that have come to us from, okay, our birth. Yes, next is, yeah, cognitive literary studies. So literary studies definitely, you know, helps us also in creating narratives, okay, and helps us to think again, okay, because all thinking, all creativity begins in the mind, and then literary, you know, texts also help us to, you know, show empathy, put ourselves into the shoes of the others, and have proper understanding of the text, so that we again try, okay, to, I mean, have the relevance, the real meaning of, you know, what these literary discourses are all about. I'm not quoting the examples there because of, you know, want of time. And yeah, I just want to skip one slide. Okay, how literature, as you know, my earlier speakers have said, okay, eco-criticism and narrative medicine. Yes, I'm going to skip that. How literature is certainly interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, because it is, you know, used, and you can pick up any literary text, my dear students, so many. You have the example of Emily Dickinson, you have, you know, Sylvia Plath, you have T.S. Eliot, The Cocktail Party, you know, certain, The Doctor's Dilemma. Okay, all these texts definitely show, okay, and talk about narrative medicine or medical, okay, humanities. And yes, definitely literary studies in the 21st century also deal with transnational literature, okay, where you have the hybrid identities. Okay, there you have, okay, Appadura, yes, modernity at large, his text. And then power politics, as you know, my friends were telling, okay, literature also talks about gender, race, and post-colonial, okay, theories, or, okay, it makes a critique of post-colonial, okay, studies. Yeah, I'm going to, this is last but one slide. So there are, of course, challenges, okay, that we all, you know, encounter, because, you know, making use of, what is that, digital technologies, you know, we don't know to what extent they may be authentic, but I'm sure the use of the merging or the collaboration of these digital, okay, AI or digital technologies with literary studies may sound superficial. May sound superficial. It may not be true. It may not be, you know, what is that, authentic. And then again, institutional barriers. It is one of the, you know, greatest challenges maybe, because some institutions, depending on the institutions, if they promote the use of digital technologies, well and good, but otherwise it becomes a greatest challenge. And, you know, they will have to stick on, okay, to only the authentic use of materials in the classroom or in the curriculum, okay, that colleges and institutions design. Of course, there are many opportunities also, because new research, okay, literary studies help the scholars in the 21st century to, you know, work on different innovative and new areas for their research. And it also creates a real world impact. Literary studies in the 21st century definitely creates a very great, real world impact. You know, it is, you know, what we are now experiencing is a real world. Okay, because all of us are, you know, we are natural, and students are talking at the backs, we are listening. Yes, let's be natural, let's create that, you know, impact. And I tell you, my dear students, literature also, you know, creates such a lasting impact and indelible, okay, mark. The literary texts also create such an influential mark on the minds of the readers. Okay, it all depends on how you read it, in what perspective you read, with what approach you read is what is very important. And so the future of literary studies, yes, definitely there is ample scope, okay, and it will not stop. Literature will not stop. Literature will not cease. It is relentless. It will go on. Students, it will go on. I can proudly declare and say, honestly, now maybe engineering streams, engineering courses are flourishing, but without the base of literature or literary studies, these courses have not come into existence. Okay, so all those students, maybe I think only a couple of them are there who are doing BA English in specialization. Okay, but please tell your friends, please motivate your friends to do literature, because students, it is, it will make you a real person. It will help you to understand many things, both in your professional and personal life. You will be able to climb the ladder of success. You will be successful people in your professional, private, domestic life. Wherever you go, you will be able to make a mark. That is, the idea of literary studies. That is what is, what we get from, literary studies or literature studies. So all these hallucinations, what is that? Whatever we are learning in our engineering, soft skills, these skills, those skills, they are all, cooked up. Yes, it's like east or west, home is the best. We will have to come back. I'm also teaching in an engineering stream. But I tell you, the scenario is because of the mushrooming of engineering colleges, because of the craze that the parents have, to send their children to engineering, students or, people have, students, students are losing interest in doing BA English in, literature. So please don't lose hope. And definitely there is scope, In conclusion, we can say literature exceeds beyond boundaries, and the future is definitely, interdisciplinary, my dear students. So with this, I conclude and say definitely literature is interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. Last one, literature is love. Literature is life. Literature is love. My dear students, preminchandi, preminchapadandi. Ide literature. Yes. Idi naaku literature. Literature taught me to love, be lovable. I hope you get the point. Be romantic. There is nothing wrong. Raju sir is not going to say anything if you fall in love with a boy and a girl. Romantic, when I say, it's not only that, but you should be passionate. This passion will come to you when you read literary texts. So thank you so much, Raju sir and the entire team of English department.
Yes. So Dr. Sophia, that was indeed an amazing presentation. And you have explored various facets of literature. You have crossed beyond the borderline. So that itself, and then you have given a very vast presentation touching upon each and every aspects. And we were just wondering, you will go on and on with all your texts. So thank you for your presentation, my dear students. Do you have any questions to the presenter? Would you like to ask any questions? No, so you have understood everything. Yes, Raju sir has a question. Dr. Raju, head of the Department of English, convener of the program.
I have no question, but I have a clarification to be given regarding carrying out the romantic love. See, there is a Lakshmana Rekha between romance and romantic, right? John Keats was romantic, but he never processed the romance. I will give an example and justify my statement. Suppose a woman is coming. There is no wrong in looking at her, right? I look at her, I admire her beauty, I admire her style of wearing a sari and all. Students, please, for another 10 minutes, please. But the problem comes, once she passes, I should not look back and see and appreciate. That is a mistake and going beyond the Lakshman Rekha. నా ముందు వచ్చే వరకు నా ముందు వాళ్ళని మీ ముందు వాళ్ళని ఎవరైనా చూడొచ్చు, అవునా కదా? అప్రిషియేట్ చేయొచ్చు. నేనే నిలబడ్డాను, ఇదేంట్రా వీడు నల్లగా ఉన్నాడు, లేకపోతే డ్రెస్ బాగున్నాడు అని అనుకోవచ్చు. మీరు వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత కూడా వెనక్కి తిరిగి నా గురించి చెప్పుకున్నారు అనుకోండి, అది బ్యాడ్. ఆ విషయంలో అమ్మాయిలు కూడా అంతే. అమ్మాయిని చూసినప్పుడు తప్పులేదు, వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత కూడా వాళ్ళ వెనక వాళ్ళ పడటం తప్పు. సో ట్రై టు మేక్ ఎ డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ రొమాన్స్ అండ్ రొమాంటిక్.
viable and useful? You have to question that, because today it is facing a lot of confusion, congestion, and there are no much specialized authors, thinkers, writers, and so on. The critical thinking itself is stagnated in the interdisciplinary perspective. You cannot resolve problems. It's very, very difficult. Social realities, you cannot solve them. Second, multidisciplinary. Can you become a multidisciplinarian? Sir, you are a scholar, no? You are a literary scholar. Can you become an economist? Can you become a microbiologist? Can you become a political scientist? Can you become a religious scholar? Impossible. Impossible, totally. Multidisciplinarity has a big problem. If you want to specialize, you need a minimum of 7 to 9 subjects. Our institutions have to develop a holistic program, a degree program for 6 years, incorporating at least 7 subjects. That is multidisciplinarity. You have to understand that, in fact, because there is lots of paucity of data. It's very difficult to handle any key intersections or any issues. So this is the warning, the caution between interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. That's why I appreciate Professor Raju and Dr. Shubham for having come out with this topic. They are really provocative. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your enlightening sentiments on the topic. Now, the next. Myself? Okay. So thank you for giving me this golden opportunity, first of all, to chair the session, and secondly, to express my view on the given topic. And I'm so amazed and I'm so happy. Last evening, I rang up to Dr. Professor Raju, asking the convener of the event, asking him to give me a permission to present my paper and to be a part of this great gathering. And thanks to the Andhra Loyola Institute of Andhra Loyola College for taking such an initiative, and especially Department of English and all the vibrant students over here. So I should make my talk very short, and that is the request from Professor over here. So I will just talk to the point. And looking at the title itself, 21st Century Approaches, Multidisciplinary, Interdisciplinary, and how you look at literature on the whole, I was so happy and surprised because it is somewhat aligning with the topic of my DLIT which I have taken. And it's all about transnational literature. So I just don't want to go with the PowerPoint. I just would like to share my ideas and views. And it is a joint discussion, a joint paper with Sujit sir, Mr. Sujit, who is a student of this college and right now assistant professor of Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. So I'm over here to present my views. I have taken transnational aspects moving towards social ecological justice through transnational literature. Sandra madam clearly pinpointed, very clearly Dr. Sandra said that there is an approach also called as transnational literature approach. And my idea is to focus on transnational dynamism, transnational aspects in literature. So I've taken the novels of Margaret Atwood. All of you know Margaret Atwood, a Canadian writer. She has written 40 novels and she comes from a very great family, a great background, a scientific background. And she focuses on ecology as a main topic of her novels. Especially her novels explore the theme of environment. And madam also focused ecology as one of the approaches. So I've taken eco-philosophy to defend my PhD thesis and right now transnational literature. And then I've taken also Wangari Maathai. Sir educated me so much about Wangari Maathai. And he also told me she's an old woman now. She is carrying a lot of wood and holding 2 children and then going to the forest, dense forest and working day and night, for which she was awarded a Nobel Prize. And I have explored transnational aspects in Wangari Maathai's novels, especially hers is a memoir, and it vibrantly speaks about her green movement, long-term goals and short-term goals, and the Chipko movement which she participated. And I am so happy to explore these transnational aspects in the novels of Wangari Maathai. Next, The Color Purple by Alice Walker. It also speaks about her connection with ecology, her connection with God, how she communes with a tree, and how she tells all her feelings to a tree. And the other novelist I have taken is Flora Neupa. Her novel also, Efru, is very prominent, exploring the theme of ecology. And coming to Indian situation, I have taken Kaveri Nambisan, her novels which also focus on ecological aspects. So all these novels I have taken to move towards social ecological justice, which should be the ultimate aim to bring a kind of revelation, to bring balance and harmony in which we are living. As to conclude, Margaret Atwood says, we all of us need earth. Earth doesn't require us. We cannot live without earth, but earth can live without us. It can exist without us. So we need to have that transnational aspect, thinking beyond the borderline, taking these stories, these narratives to different dimensions, different parts, and teach people, educate people, the different aspects of living, green thinking, green idea, everyday environmentalism, and bringing that kind of ecological justice on the face of this earth. So this was just a bullet points of my presentation. If I go with all the writers, explore the characters, thematic situation, talk about ecofeminism, eco-symbolism, eco-spirituality, talk about deep ecology, shallow ecology, anthropocentrism, androcentrism, it will become a very vast topic, and all these approaches from multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary can be easily explored. So I just would like to conclude, you take any text, apply any theory, ultimately your research should be for your social relevance. It should not be for your academic lift. It should not bring out academic laurels. It should not give you academic kind of a grandeur, but it should definitely lead to the social relevance, where you can bring a change, where you can bring your ideas to bring justice and equity and a kind of, loving nature. As Madam clearly said, literature is love, and she brought a romantic aspect of literature at the end. So I would like to conclude with a very, very beautiful, touching ideology, a touching thought that all of us need to move to bring balance and harmony on the face of the earth. Whichever approach you follow, whatever you do, practice everyday environmentalism. Practice your ideas and think that the literature is a way which can lead you to do great wonders. So thank you once again for giving me this great opportunity and helping me to explore my thoughts and ideas about the above said topic. If you have any questions, I will be able to, give you the answers. Do you want any kind of explanation?
Thank you, sister. Before I ask Professor Sophia Madam and Kupuram sir, I would like to pass in a statement. When two female lines are on the stage, who has the dare to answer a question? Right? You know who are they? Yes. No. Sir, I request you to sum up.
Thank you, Professor Raju. In fact, the first speaker, Dr. Sandra, has brought out beautiful illustrations, both theoretically and practically. In fact, she gave also some references. Those are very important books you can read, but they are colonial literature. But you have to come out with local literature. What is local literature? Telling about all the sub-themes and topical issues that she has raised on that on her topic. In fact, she also gave us a space to think very critically whether it is really applicable in the modern relevance. And as Sister Sister Candy has said, whether social relevance will come on a true path to mitigate social realities. That's the big question. In fact, so what Dr. Sandra and Dr. Candy has mentioned very particularly from national to transnational is one has to take precaution. One has to, you are a national, a transnational is a very different person. You have to understand the differences, A lot of transnational literature has been written in America, in Canada, in Europe, by the Indian diaspora communities, where I think Dr. Candy will find it useful to compare and contrast those issues with the local perspectives, with the local history and incidents. In fact, Dr. Candy has given a very succinct and very brief aspect. In fact, she has lifted the tone of what exactly national and transnational perspectives are. And from that, you will get a lot of ideas, new topics, new issues which is going on, right from tree planting, right from selling a particular thing and becoming a WhatsApp member as a marketing manager, or whatever it is. In fact, as a stakeholder in a particular environment, you will succeed in what Dr. Candy has given ideas. In fact, these topical terminologies, both Dr. Sandra and Dr. Candy has given, is going to make us think about whether it is possible for future research scholars. In fact, that is left with you and also with your supervisor. But I compliment them for their critical analogy and comparisons. In fact, good illustrations, both of them. Congratulations, madam. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor. And just to conclude, one more point I would like to bring to your notice. There is something called Star Scholars Network, STAR. So this particular forum is Society of Transnational Research. There are thousands and thousands of universities, thousands of academicians, thousands of scholars who have joined. So this topic of today's seminar aligns with that particular broader topic of transnational research. If you could go and explore that, what is that Society of Transnational Research, and get ideas, definitely you will be able to write your papers, you will be able to produce your books, or you will be able to present your topics, your symposiums, whatever you would like to do, if you try to explore Society of Transnational Research. So once again, thank you. Thank you for the entire Department of English. Professor Dr. Raju sir, thank you so much. HOD and the convener of the event, and Mr. Praveen sir, and Dr. Subha madam, and the other department members, Dr. Rangababu, and all the others over here, all the dynamic students of ALC, thank you so much for your patience and for listening so beautifully. You really look like literature students, but you have to come out with the publications and a kind of a research. Then you will try to live your academics to the fullest. And research for social relevance. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Candy. After lunch session, I thought we are heavy and everybody will get into the sleep. But these two ladies made us restless by making us to alert all the time. Thank you very much. Another 2 minutes. I request Professor Dr. Sophia madam to come and occupy the seat, please. Yeah. I also request Rangababu sir and Praveen sir, the other members of the department, to come on to the dais. Sanjeev sir, Sanjeev Kumar Bali sir, Kadarbi madam, and hello, and available girl students, English literature students. మీకు సంజయ్ కుమార్ బాలి సార్ అంటే ఎంత ప్రేమ ఉందా? Girl students, please come on to the dais. Boys also. Literature students, boys. At the end, please. Kadarbi madam, where are you? Ma'am, I request you to accept our invitation. To Kadarbi Madam and memento to Rangababu sir. He will present a memento to do you know what this box contains?
It contains a cup, not a cup of tea, but a cup of coffee because I like black coffee without sugar.
It contains a cup of love from the Department of English.
You have this item with you? That makes the difference. Take a cup of coffee daily. You may show the cup to the audience also. Thank you very much, sister, for accepting our invitation. And you made the second session, a dull session, very interesting, impressive, and highly appreciable. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the patience you have and made this program successful. Thank you. I request literature students to stay back. First, second, and third year literature students to stay back. We are going to take attendance. Literature students, please stay back.